The clerk will call the names of the next group.
Mr. Fetterman, Mr. Grassley, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hoven.
Okay, everyone ready? Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that you will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that you take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office on which you are about to enter, so help you God.
I do.
Congratulations, Senators. Congratulations. The clerk will call the names of the next group.
Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Lee.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that you will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that you take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office on which you are about to enter, so help you God?
I do.
Congratulations, Senators. Congratulations. Congratulations. The clerk will call the names of the next group.
Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Schatz.
Okay, you ready? Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that you will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that you take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office you are about to enter, so help you God?
I do.
Congratulations, Senators. Congratulations. Yeah. Let everyone get. Gonna wait until McConnell sits down. The clerk will call the names of the next group.
Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mr. Thune.
You all belong. That's the beauty of our democracy, Chuck. Okay. Please raise your right hands. Do you solemnly swear that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that you will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that you take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office you are about to enter, so help you God?
I do.
Congratulations, Senators. Congratulations. The clerk will call the names of the next group.
Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warnock, Mr. Welch.
Oh, you are just the best. Please raise your right hand and repeat after, well, don't repeat after me, but do take this seriously. Do you solemnly swear that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that you will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that you take this obligation freely, without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office upon which you are about to enter, so help you God?
I do. I do.
Congratulations, Senators. Congratulations. The clerk will call the names of the next group.
Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that you will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that you take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office upon which you are about to enter, so help you God?
I do.
Congratulations, Senators.
Madam President,
Majority Leader.
I note the absence of a quorum.
The absence of a quorum having been suggested, the clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Braun. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Brown. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cardin. Mr. Carper. Mr. Casey. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn.
Yes.
Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Your Mrs. Feinstein, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand. Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Mr. Hickenlooper, Mr. Rono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sasse, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young.
A quorum is present. Under the previous order, the leadership is reserved and the Senate will be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Madam President,
Majority Leader.
I ask unanimous consent. The Senate proceed to the consideration of Senate Resolution 1, submitted earlier today.
The clerk will report the resolution.
Senate Resolution 1, establishing a committee to inform the President of the United States that a quorum of each House is assembled.
Is there objection to proceeding to the measure? Without objection, the Senate will proceed to the measure.
I ask unanimous consent the resolution be agreed to and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection. Pursuant to Senate Resolution 1, the chair appoints the senator from New York and the senator from Kentucky as a committee to join the committee on the part of the House of Representatives to wait upon the President of the United States and inform him that a quorum is assembled and that the Congress is ready to receive any communication he may be pleased to make.
Madam President,
Majority Leader.
I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to the consideration of Senate Resolution 2, submitted earlier today.
The clerk will report the resolution.
Senate Resolution 2, informing the House of Representatives that a quorum of the Senate is assembled.
Objection to proceeding to the measure? Without objection, the Senate will proceed to the measure.
I ask unanimous consent the resolution be agreed to and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to the consideration of Senate Res 3, submitted earlier today.
The clerk will report the resolution.
Senate Resolution 3, to elect Patty Murray, a senator from the state of Washington, to be President pro tempore of the Senate of the United States.
The clerk will report the resolution. The clerk has read the resolution, and is there any objection to proceeding to the measure? Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
I ask unanimous consent the resolution be agreed to, that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection, if the senator from Washington will present herself at the desk, I will administer her oath of office. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that you will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that you take this obligation freely, without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office upon which you are about to enter, so help you God?
I do.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
Feels so good to say those words. I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the consideration of S-Res 4, submitted earlier today.
The clerk will report the resolution.
Senate Resolution 4, notifying the President of the United States of the election of a President pro tempore.
Is there objection to proceeding to the measure? Without objection, the Senate will proceed to the measure.
I ask unanimous consent the resolution be agreed to and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Is there an objection? Without objection, so ordered.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to the consideration of Senate Res 5 submitted earlier today.
The clerk will report the resolution.
Senate Resolution 5, notifying the House of Representatives of the election of a president pro tempore.
Is there objection to proceeding to this measure? Without objection, the Senate will proceed to the measure.
I ask unanimous consent the resolution be agreed to and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Is there objection? Without objection, so ordered.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to the consideration of Senate Resolution 6 submitted earlier today.
The clerk will report the resolution.
Senate Resolution 6, fixing the hour of daily meeting of the Senate.
Is there objection to proceeding to the measure? Without objection, the Senate will proceed to the measure.
I ask unanimous consent the resolution be agreed to and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Is there objection? Without objection, so ordered.
Madam President, I have a resolution at the desk.
The clerk will report the resolution.
Senate Resolution 7, fixing the hour of daily meeting of the Senate.
Is there objection?
Me? I object to further proceeding.
Objection having been heard, the resolution will go over under the rule.
Unanimous consent, the Senate proceed to the consideration of Senate Res 8 submitted earlier today.
The clerk will report the resolution.
Senate Resolution 8, to make effective appointment of Senate legal counsel.
Is there objection to proceeding to the measure? Without objection, the Senate will proceed to the measure.
I ask unanimous consent the resolution be agreed to and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection. Tim, pursuant to Public Law 95-521, appoints Morgan J. Frankel as Senate Legal Counsel for a term of service to expire at the end of the 119th Congress. President Pro Tem, pursuant to Public Law 95-521, appoints Patricia McBrien as Deputy Senate Legal Counsel for a term of service to expire at the end of the 119th Congress.
No to the UCs?
No.
Okay. This one?
I ask unanimous consent the resolution be agreed to and that the motion to reconsider be considered made. No, I do not do that.
Proceed to the consideration.
Consent the Senate proceed to the consideration of S-Res 9 submitted earlier today.
The clerk will report the resolution.
Senate Resolution 9, to make effective appointment of Deputy Senate Legal Counsel.
Is there an objection to proceeding to the measure? Without objection, the Senate will proceed to the measure.
I ask unanimous consent the resolution be agreed to and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Is there objection? Without objection, so ordered.
Madam President, I send to the desk on block 11 unanimous consent requests. I ask for their immediate consideration on block. I further ask that the requests be agreed to on block and that they appear separately in the record. Before the chair rules, I would like to point out that these requests are routine and done at the beginning of each new Congress.
Is there an objection to agreeing to the unanimous consent requests on block? Without objection, so ordered.
I'm going to sign in center.
Elect from Oklahoma will now present himself at the desk. The chair will administer the oath of office. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that you will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that you take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office on which you are about to enter, so help you God?
I will.
There is this thing you see in baseball where people get hit in the chest with a ball, and this will be exactly the moment where you
Nothing does. Madam President.
Majority Leader is recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. May we have some order? Thank you.
The Senate is not in order. Will the senators please take their discussions to the chamber, out of the chamber?
Thank you, Madam President. Now, this is a joyful and celebratory day, but I'd like to begin on a serious note and offer my prayers and best wishes to Buffalo Bills safety Damar Hamlin and his family. What happened last night was one of the most horrifying things.
The Senate is not in order. Will people please take their conversations out of the chamber?
What happened last night was one of the most horrifying things I've ever seen watching football, and I watch a lot of it. And we're all rooting and praying for his recovery. Damar, we're with you every step of the way in spirit. You make us proud. We can't wait to see you up and healthy again soon. Now, Madam President, let me begin by wishing you and all of my colleagues a Happy New Year. It's good to see everyone as we observe this special, joyful, and solemn day. Today marks the beginning of the 118th Congress. It's the start of a new chapter in the grand history of this chamber, a moment for renewal, reflection, rededication. For those going through this process for the first time, days like this can seem overwhelming, almost like the first day of school. But beneath the celebrations and receptions, a solemn truth permeates everything we do today. We're here because the American people have entrusted us to represent their needs in this great body. So today is historic for many reasons. First, let me congratulate all my colleagues from both sides of the aisle who have just been sworn in, especially my newest Democratic colleagues, Peter Welch of Vermont and John Fetterman of Pennsylvania. I commend all of you for this immense honor, and I challenge each of you and myself as a friend and a colleague. I challenge each of you as a friend and a colleague not to let this opportunity go to waste. I will challenge myself for that as well. Because ours is truly an awesome responsibility. And I mean awesome in the biblical sense, not in the way my teenage daughters used to say it, but the kind of awe that would cause the angels to tremble before God. This responsibility is indeed awesome. In our hands lie the trust, the wishes, the hopes, and the burdens of the American people. It is a most grave charge, but a rewarding one if done right. I want to recognize another member making history today. My friend from Washington State, Senator Patty Murray, will become the newest President pro tem, the first woman in history of the Senate to hold this title. There is no one I trust more to be third in the line of presidential succession than Senator Murray. She's brilliant, pragmatic, and someone who gets things done in this chamber. Congratulations also to my friend, the Republican leader, Mitch McConnell, on now becoming the longest-serving party leader in the history of this chamber. We have a lot of work together. We have a lot of work ahead of us, so I hope we can find some ways to come together and not succumb to gridlock for the good of this chamber and for the good of our country. Of course, I want to thank all of my Democratic colleagues for trusting me with 2 more years as leader. There's no group I'd rather work with than this amazing caucus. You're not just my colleagues, you're my friends. With only 50 votes, ranging from Joe Manchin to Bernie Sanders, we made history these last 2 years by passing the most ambitious legislative agenda in decades, since at least the Great Society and perhaps the New Deal. All members, whether returning to Congress or retiring, can feel proud about what we've accomplished in the last 2 years. And let's not forget, and I say this in good part to my Republican colleagues, that 5 of our 6 major bills last year were bipartisan. And I'm proud to be making some history of my own today. Today I have the great honor of becoming the longest-serving senator from New York, the first New Yorker ever elected to the Senate 5 times. To every single New Yorker who trusted me with another term as senator, thank you. And my mentor and former colleague, Pat Moynihan, taught me that you have to dream big to properly serve the people of New York. And I've tried to do that every day in office, visiting each of the 62 counties every year, meeting as many people as possible, and listening to as many New Yorkers as I can. My beloved mentor, Senator Moynihan, served 4 terms. So to be elected to a 5th term is humbling, awe-inspiring, and it energizes me to keep going and keep delivering. So thank you, New York, for this honor. And you can be sure that every day I get up in the morning, I will give it my all to fight and deliver for you. But of course, I cannot do it alone. Today, I want to thank all of my staff whose relentlessness and determination are only matched by their talent and deep love for this country. Though impossible to name all of them, I must single out one in particular, one of the very best, Steve Mann, my Deputy State Director. He came down today to watch me get sworn in as the longest-serving senator from New York. And when I do, Steve Mann will have some history to celebrate on his own as he claims the mantle of the longest-serving Senate staffer I've ever had. He started with me right from the very beginning. Steve is everything you'd want in a staffer. Hardworking, loyal, caring, and a Yankee fan. But unfortunately, he's also a Cowboy fan, Not everyone's perfect, as I remind him about the Cowboys. Kidding aside, Steve, a Rensselaer, New York native, took a chance on me years ago when I first ran for office, and he never looked back. Though both of our job titles have evolved over the years, one has remained, friend. To my newly arriving colleagues, I hope all of you one day can have a Steve Mann working with you, and if you're lucky enough, maybe yours too will become a dear friend. Finally, I cannot forget the most important people in my life. Here with me is my wife, Iris, my daughters, Jessica and Allison, Allison's wife, Biz, and he kept quiet during the swearing in. I was very relieved, my 4-year-old grandson, Noah. They are part of my greater family, and they are my biggest supporters, motivators, and the unsung heroes of my life. And though he's no longer with us, I know my dad is looking down, smiling today. We miss him every single day, but I know he's right here with us in spirit. Now, Madam President, now is the time to set our sights on the future. As we begin the 118th Congress, this Senate Democratic majority enters the new year in a stronger position than anyone ever expected. We have a lot of challenges ahead, but this majority is ready to meet them. We will be relentless, flexible, and work with the other side to get things done. It won't be easy moving forward under a divided government, but after everything we've accomplished with an evenly split Senate and a narrowly divided House, there's no reason we can't keep the streak going moving forward. Let's not forget, as I mentioned, 5 of our 6 major bills last year were done on a bipartisan basis. So let me say it again. After everything we've accomplished in an evenly divided Senate and a narrowly divided House, there's no reason both sides can't keep working together for the good of our country, our beloved country. That doesn't mean we'll agree all the time or even much of the time. It doesn't mean we'll ignore our differences or compromise on our values. We won't do that. But party differences do not absolve either side of the need to work together when the good of the country is on the line. If both sides are willing to give it a good faith effort, I'm optimistic we can be successful, far more successful than many might think. After all, Madam President, if you said 2 years ago that a 50-50 Senate would finish as one of the most successful since the Great Society, the naysayers would have said that's crazy talk. They would have said a 50-50 Senate is doomed to languish in gridlock. But let's take a look at everything we accomplished over the last 2 years and be proud of it. With no margin for error, this majority enacted the historic Inflation Reduction Act and confirmed the most diverse collection of judges, 97 in total in American history. With bipartisan support, we enacted a historic infrastructure bill. After decades of trying, both sides passed the first gun safety bill in over 30 years. We approved the CHIPS and Science Act, passed the PACT Act, and stood with our friends in Ukraine. And just a few weeks ago, both sides worked together to enact marriage equality and the Pregnant Workers Fairness Act. All of this done in an equally divided Senate. All of this done with a narrowly divided House. So I hope we can continue to get things done, even with a narrowly controlled Republican House. For whoever ends up becoming Speaker of the House, I hope they will find a way to work with us in a productive way this Congress. Senate Democrats are ready to reach across the aisle and across the Capitol to accomplish big things that will benefit all Americans. So to close, Madam President, after everything we've accomplished over the last 2 years, America is stronger, healthier, and better prepared for the future, thanks to the Senate working together. And we must continue. If Republicans are willing to work with us in the new year, they will be met with an open hand. If they are willing to come to the table, we'll sit right down and do the difficult work of legislating for the people. And if they're willing to set their sights on making our country better together, there's no reason why the success of the last 2 years need to end today. There's much that we should be proud of from the 117th Congress. There's much we can be hopeful for in the 118th. Let us therefore begin the work anew, mindful of the challenges to come, but determined without ceasing to reward the trust the American people have placed in us. I yield the floor.
Madam President.
The Republican leader is recognized.
Last November, my Republican colleagues reelected me to another two-year term serving our conference as leader. The greatest honor of my career is representing the Commonwealth of Kentucky in this chamber and fighting for my fellow Kentuckians. But the second greatest honor is the trust that my fellow Republican senators have placed in me to lead our diverse conference and help them achieve their goals. As I begin my 9th Congress serving my colleagues in this role, I find myself looking back over some of the remarkable statesmen who've come before. Designated party floor leaders have been a feature of the Senate for more than 100 years, and no two have done the job exactly alike. Some notable leaders have built influence through bookish mastery of procedure. For example, Massachusetts Republican Henry Cabot Lodge and West Virginia Democrat Robert Byrd. Other leaders are remembered less for parliamentary wizardry than for tackle football. Joseph Taylor Robinson of Arkansas delivered much of the New Deal through the Senate for FDR, with a lively repertoire that included cutting deals, red-faced rants, pounding his desk, and almost ending up in fisticuffs here on the floor. When Robinson died of a heart attack, Roosevelt's pick to fill the vacancy was Kentucky Senator Alben Barkley. Even with that endorsement, Barkley only won his first election as leader by 1 vote, in part because Senate Democrats worried the president's handpicked man might actually have mixed loyalties. But Barkley won his colleagues' trust. In 1944, when he dramatically resigned during a showdown with the White House over tax policy, his conference reinstalled him on a unanimous vote the very next day. Then there was our late friend and colleague Bob Dole of Kansas, a sharp competitor who excelled both at partisan combat and bipartisan compromise. Plus, as we all know, had a wicked sense of humor. The Texas Democrat Lyndon Johnson was a towering interpersonal force and master of relationships. The Ohio Republican Robert Taft had been more introverted and cerebral. He was a master of policy. But each was a strong force and a powerful thorn in the side of the opposite party administrations. Then there have been leaders who rose to the job through lower-key, behind-the-scenes styles. And that, Madam President, is how Senator Michael Joseph Mansfield of Montana became the longest-serving Senate leader in American history until today. The highest-ranking federal official Montana has ever produced wasn't actually born under the big sky. When Mike Mansfield's mother died early, this young son of Irish immigrants was put on a train from New York City to family in Great Falls, Montana. Though Mansfield would later be famous as a Senate leader who didn't bully his colleagues, apparently young Mike first tried a different approach. A brief trial run as a self-appointed schoolyard bully ended when a bigger boy supplied some humility right to his nose. At age 14, standing all of 5 feet 4 inches, he successfully used doctored documents to join the Navy. Soon after, he migrated to the Army instead. And soon after that, the Marines, which took Mansfield to the Philippines and the coast of China. After that, Back in Montana, Mansfield worked in copper mines as a mucker. This was touchy work in a dangerous underground environment with dynamite everywhere and few exit routes. Eventually, Mike left the grueling work to pursue schooling, but not before the mines had taught him enduring lessons about caution and about prudence. First came college, then graduate studies, continuing a fascination with Asia. But Mike soon exchanged the faculty lounge for elected office. He lost his first race to represent Montana's 1st district in 1940. But he won both the primary and the general in 1942 after the incumbent Republican Jeanette Rankin had cast the only vote against war with Japan after Pearl Harbor. The war gave Congress' newest Asia expert immediate relevance. Speaker Sam Rayburn made sure he landed on the Foreign Affairs Committee. NBC invited Congressman Mansfield to deliver a broadcast lecture on events in Asia. Soon, the Roosevelt White House named him the president's personal envoy to wartime China. A decade later, 5 terms in, Representative Mansfield was a trusted foreign policy hand and a proven fighter for Montana. He traveled to Asia multiple times. He served as a UN delegate. President Truman offered to nominate Mansfield to a State Department job, but Mansfield was eyeing a different kind of promotion. In 1952, he beat Montana's incumbent Republican senator by a few thousand votes and began a Senate tenure that would span nearly a quarter century. From his freshman seat on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, Mansfield spent the 1950s as the Senate's most frequent traveler to the increasingly pivotal region of Indochina, what we'd soon be calling Vietnam. Even during the Republican Eisenhower administration, the Montana Democrat had great influence. He was an early voice calling for more and faster shipments of military aid to the anti-communist cause. And at least one historian argues that without Mansfield's personal intervention, the U.S. might well have pulled the plug on supporting Diem and conceded Vietnam to the communists as early as the mid-1950s, avoiding the entire war. It took Mansfield's colleagues little time to identify another use for these diplomatic talents closer to home. After the previous Democratic whip, Earl Clements of Kentucky, narrowly lost re-election in 1956, Majority Leader Lyndon Johnson needed a new number 2. He eventually turned to the respected first-termer from Montana. Mansfield later remembered how it happened. He said, Lyndon insisted I had to take it because I was the least objectionable to most of the Democratic senators. It's not actually a flattering argument, but after several meetings, I finally lost my resolve against becoming whip. Now, LBJ was not looking to devolve any real power to his lieutenant. The record suggests that Johnson's famous pit bull staffer, Bobby Baker, did more threatening, horse trading, and whipping of senators than did Mansfield. Mostly, the senator kept investing in his twin passions, Montana and Asia. But his colleagues grew in appreciation for the traits that Mansfield offered the caucus that LBJ did not: a calm presence, a collaborative style, a listening ear. When Mansfield's colleagues, Kennedy and Johnson, won the 1960 election, both JFK and LBJ wanted Mansfield for leader. But there was drama right from the start. Johnson insisted that Senate Democrats begin the new Congress by voting on a resolution to let him chair the Democratic caucus, as if he had never left. Well, the debate was unexpectedly fierce. The no vote was surprisingly large. Even though the resolution carried, the episode was a clear rebuke. LBJ's former colleagues wanted to turn the page. So Mike Mansfield would be leader not just in name, but in reality. So the shift from a boisterous, high-drama leader to a lower-key, more business-like floor manager rippled through the institution. Johnson had deliberately run a melodramatic and unpredictable Senate. Mansfield set out to make things more predictable and formal. Instead of surprise late-night sessions and unpredictable recesses, senators got a set schedule. Instead of micromanaging, the majority leader was actually laissez-faire. President Kennedy's cabinet quickly learned they could meet with the majority leader all they liked, but he wouldn't get ahead of his members. He'd listen politely and refer them to the appropriate chairman. When snafus stalled the Senate floor, Mansfield's first problem-solving tactic was to try simply doing nothing. One biographer marvels at Mansfield's awesome, monumental, fearsome, incredible patience. He would sit stiffly erect at his desk on the Senate floor, hour after hour, and sometimes day after day. Leader Mansfield prioritized treating members equally. Apparently, he never even took a position in the races that determined his own whip. In one small but telling touch, Mansfield made sure the Senate's only two women members, Margaret Chase Smith and Maureen Neuberger, got a pair of plum offices that shared a private restroom. In the Mansfield Senate, proceedings became more orderly, less theatrical. Crucial work migrated out of hallway confrontations and hideaway handshakes and into hearing rooms and committee offices. The Senate was less defined by top-down dramatics than by bills and priorities actually percolating upward. A diligent, low-key leadership style from a serious, diligent, low-key person. As one historian puts it, this insistence on being last rather than first, the servant and not the suzerain of the Senate, fitted his personality just like a comfortable suit. Now, not all senators welcomed the change, especially during the Kennedy years, when some of his party's bold priorities stalled under filibusters. Some of Mansfield's own members openly criticized him and his comparatively hands-off approach. Mansfield, however, stood firm. He prepared a defiant speech, doubling down on his faith in an orderly process and a collegial Senate. Remarkably, literally minutes before this big speech was to be announced, President Kennedy was shot in Dallas. Mansfield's remarks ended up slipped into the record with little fanfare. Of course, thereafter, a variety of factors made the Johnson presidency a fruitful time for major legislation. From the Civil Rights Act to the Voting Rights Act to Medicare and the rest of the Great Society. And Mansfield's senators remained productive. Later, the Nixon administration and Democrats in Congress passed a thick stack of bipartisan policies. Some critics of Mansfield argued that the majority leader was not the direct driving force, that he contented himself with the modest task of keeping the Senate machinery oiled, while other people with stronger and clearer visions championed particular outcomes. However, it's worth noting Mansfield himself would have seen that statement actually as a badge of honor. And really, the caricature of a totally hands-off, almost agnostic leader is simply not accurate. Mansfield was, in fact, a canny strategist who knew how to rally his conference. He knew when to go to battle and when to coordinate with his counterpart, Everett Dirksen. In short, he knew how to work the Senate. Even when a supermajority of senators stood ready to pass the Civil Rights Act in early 1984, it took Mansfield's personal field generalship to actually get it accomplished. On the front end, his crafty moves kept the bill from dying an early death in Senator Eastland's hostile Judiciary Committee. On the back end, they stopped the final filibuster and in between thwarted all the creative stall tactics without blowing up the institution. But it's certainly true that overall, Mansfield did not view and did not treat the Senate as a mere means to policy ends he favored. Yes, the former history teacher was a Democrat. He did want particular results, and he often got them. But he seems to have felt the most valuable end was the institution of the Senate itself, its processes and debates, its traditions, its structures, and all 100 of its members. He saw his job as facilitating the Senate as a whole, working its will and not just working his will. Again, this unusually neutral style came with costs. For example, LBJ was convinced Mansfield could have jammed through the Civil Rights Act actually earlier if he'd played harder ball with the Southerners. Earlier, JFK had grown exasperated with his friend's patient handling of Dirksen, while Republicans slow-walked Kennedy's nuclear test ban treaty. But take note, in both cases, the priorities did eventually pass, and they probably became law with broader and deeper support because Mansfield allowed members more time, more space, and face saving. With regard to Asia, even when Mansfield's historic run in the Senate finally ended, his service on the international stage did not. Shortly after he departed this chamber, President Carter nominated him to be our ambassador to Japan. His performance was so strong that President Reagan asked him to stay on. He served in that role for 11 years, from longest serving Senate leader to longest serving Japanese ambassador. Mansfield's decades of work on Asia could fill a separate speech, but it's worth noting one time where his approach to the job of leader directly shaped his work in the region. I mentioned how some historians see Mansfield's aggressive emphasis on Vietnam during the Eisenhower period as a key tipping point toward eventual war. But as early as 1962, Mansfield's learned perspective had him deeply worried about the direction of our involvement in Vietnam. Where he had spent the 50s lobbying for more and faster aid, he spent the 60s sounding alarms. But while there were some public statements, Mansfield remained measured and discreet and reserved his sharpest warnings for a long string of private memorandums that he sent down to the White House. Some historians feel that Mansfield should have engineered a more public, more dramatic break with the Johnson administration if he was so certain we were marching into a quagmire. Some Democratic senators were publicly assailing Johnson's Vietnam policies. But Majority Leader Mansfield decided against making a high-profile public break with the president of his own party on foreign policy. Clearly, Mike Mansfield was a complex and fascinating Senate leader for reasons far beyond his longevity. The scholarly Montanan was not an exciting idealist who transformed our national discourse. nor was he a policy entrepreneur who brought to the leader's role his own sweeping wish list of federal programs. Mansfield made a huge impact through a different road by viewing the role of leader as serving others. Well, that and the fact that he always enjoyed big, stable majorities on his side, often well in excess of 60 votes, helped as well. In the Mansfield model, serving his caucus meant listening to his members, supporting them in their goals, and helping facilitate the victories his parties wanted out of the spotlight. And he also sought to serve the Senate as a whole. He got things done without blowing up bedrock. He mostly defended the Senate's idiosyncrasies, traditions, and pace, rather than trying to tear them down. He erred on the side of empowering his colleagues rather than trying to dominate them. Prudence over performability. Discussion over dictatorship. And a winning record on his party's key priorities without attacking the institution to do it. A quintessentially Senate record from one of the quintessential Senate characters in our history. What a path from mucking in the Butte copper mines to serving 16 years as Senate leader and advising 9 consecutive presidents as a seasoned statesman. And what a testament to our great country that such a path was possible. It's been my honor to remember my distinguished predecessor this afternoon.
President.
Senator from Texas.
Madam President, are we in a quorum call?
We are not.
Madam President, this week we start a brand new year and a new Congress and turn the page on a new chapter here in Washington, D.C. After 2 years with a single party, the Democratic Party controlling all levers of government, the American people voted for a change, for divided government. Now, sometimes you will hear that divided government is actually the best time to do hard things, and I think that's true. And I hope we will rise to the challenge with the divided government that the voters in the midterm elections gave us. But of course, now Republicans hold the majority, albeit slim, in the House of Representatives, where they will serve as a much-needed check on some of the governing strategy of our friends across the aisle. With the Republican House, Democrats will no longer be able to use budget reconciliation to circumvent the normal legislative process, and with it, the reckless spending that has helped fuel inflation over the last 2 years. Instead, they'll have to work in earnest. They'll have to work with Republicans to find common ground and move legislation using the regular order. That's what the American people want. That's the verdict of the voters in the midterm elections. And I'm hopeful that we will embrace this new era of divided government to provide the opportunity to govern in a more responsible way. Now, the start of a new Congress is always bittersweet because you're saying goodbye to old friends, but you're also saying welcome to new friends. While we've had to say farewell to some truly top-notch colleagues who've retired at the end of the year, we're happy to welcome those new colleagues to the Senate. The Republican Conference officially welcomes 5 new members in our ranks today. Katie Britt from Alabama, Ted Budd from North Carolina, Mark Wayne Mullen from Oklahoma, Eric Schmidt from Missouri, and J.D. Vance from Ohio. They have now gone from senators-elect to full-fledged United States senators, and I know how excited they are to get to work. Each of these new senators has run the gauntlet of a primary and general election campaign and has come to Washington with a fresh perspective and a long list of ideas about how to improve the lives of their constituents in their state. I've gotten to know each of these new colleagues over the past few months, and I'm eager to work with them here in the Senate. On the other side of the Capitol, there are new faces joining the Texas delegation. Given the explosive population growth in the state of Texas, now we've just reached the 30 million mark of people calling Texas home. We've added 2 new House seats this cycle, bringing the total House of Representatives to 38 from the state of Texas. Today, we officially welcome 5 new Texas Republicans to the House, and I'm likewise eager to work with each of them. During my time in this chamber, I've consistently fought to protect the rights of Texans and create more opportunities for every family to achieve the American dream. Despite the partisanship that has often gripped this chamber last Congress, we managed to actually accomplish quite a bit on behalf of the American people. We funded the CHIPS for America Act, which made an investment in our national security and economic competitiveness. We gave states and local government the flexibility to use excess COVID-19 relief funds on important infrastructure and disaster relief projects. And in the wake of the devastating shooting in Uvalde, we passed bipartisan legislation to strengthen mental health resources, improve school safety, and strengthen the background check system without impacting Second Amendment rights. And it's already producing well by saving lives, I believe. We'll hear more about that as time goes by. We sent more support to local law enforcement for mental health courts and crisis intervention teams, as well as critical de-escalation training. We made major strides in combating the scourge of human trafficking and other heinous crimes, and help improve our support for crime victims' survivors. These are just a few examples of bills that I introduced or co-sponsored that are now the law of the land. While I'm proud of everything that we've been able to accomplish on a bipartisan basis last Congress, we regrettably failed to address some of the biggest problems facing our country, starting with the border. Since President Biden took office, the southern border has been overwhelmed by unprecedented levels of migration. In the last 12 months alone, Border Patrol has encountered more than 2.5 million migrants along the U.S.-Mexico border. It used to be considered a crisis when the Border Patrol encountered more than 100,000 migrants in a single month. But over the last year, we've averaged more than double that every single month. It's a gross understatement to say that frontline officers and agents are overwhelmed. They can't keep up in terms of staffing. So Border Patrol has to leave the front lines to process asylum seekers, unaccompanied minors, and others. Meanwhile, the drug cartels move the drugs across the border that took the lives of 108,000 Americans last year alone. 71,000 of those 108,000 were from fentanyl or synthetic opioids, the precursors originating from Asia, principally China. Morale is at an all-time low, and it's no surprise. If you're a law enforcement officer sworn to enforce the laws of the land and you're told by your superiors you cannot because of poor policy choices, how would you expect morale to be anything else but low? These law enforcement officers, principally the Border Patrol, are frustrated that the administration is actively working to make their jobs harder, not easier. As we know, the Biden administration is trying to remove one of the tools needed for the Border Patrol to control the border, since they have yet to come up with a comprehensive plan, and that would be Title 42, the public health title that the Border Patrol is able to use to prevent this crisis and turning into a full-blown catastrophe. So, I know I sound like a broken record, but Congress must do something. Inaction is not an option. I've said over and over again that I'm willing to work with anyone, Republican, Democrat, or independent, who's serious about solving this border crisis. The presiding officer, the senator from Arizona, has been a great partner in this effort. Back in 2021, we introduced the Bipartisan Border Solutions Act to address some of the biggest strains on Border Patrol and our immigration court system. It is admittedly a modest bill, but I was naive enough to think that if things got bad enough, the Biden administration would be looking for a lifeline. And we had a bicameral, bipartisan bill that at least got the conversation started and would make things better if it was embraced and enacted into law. But despite the bill had bipartisan, bicameral support, the Senate Judiciary Committee refused to even hold a hearing. Let me say that again. Bipartisan, bicameral legislation with the border on fire, an unprecedented humanitarian and public security crisis, and the Senate Judiciary Committee chairman refused to even hold a hearing on the bill. In the meantime, the Biden administration has weakened or completely jettisoned policies that have checked the flow of irregular migration, and the crisis has grown even worse. And why wouldn't it? The Border Patrol, which are the experts that have taught me about what happens at the border in terms of the flow of migrants across, have educated me to the fact that there are both push factors and pull factors. The push factors being violence and poverty. We all understand that. The pull factors are the perception that there will be no consequences associated with illegally immigrating into the United States. The Biden administration is simply waving the white flag when it comes to any consequences associated with illegal immigration into the United States. Given the growing strain on frontline personnel in our immigration system as a whole, not to mention public safety, I hope the willful ignorance of this administration will come to an end. Hopefully with a new Congress, President Biden will reconsider, maybe even travel to the border and talk to the same experts that I've learned from when it comes to how we might do a better job to control the flow, not only of migrants, but also drugs across the border. But so far, the president has shown zero interest, as has the vice president, who he had named the border czar previously. They want to talk about root causes of illegal immigration as if that just emanated from Central America and Mexico. But the Border Patrol in Arizona and Texas will tell you that they are detaining people from as many as 150 different countries, which tells me that there are international human smuggling networks. And it's just a matter of money, whether you can get here from the Middle East, whether you can get here from Ukraine, or whether you can get here from the People's Republic of China. People of all those different nationalities and more have shown up at the border, which shows me it's not just about, quote, root causes in Central America or South America or Mexico for that reason. It won't surprise you that the border is one of the top concerns of the folks I represent in Texas, because we have a 1,200-mile common border with Mexico. We are ground zero of this border crisis. Meanwhile, the Biden administration this last year ushered through trillions of dollars in unnecessary partisan spending, adding to the inflation rates that are crushing middle-class families who are struggling to keep up with high prices, particularly at the grocery store. My constituents are also worried about crime in their communities and the ability to keep their families safe. Of course, businesses that employ, particularly small businesses that employ the vast majority of Americans, are facing the same inflation headwinds, compounded by supply chain struggles and ongoing labor shortage. These are some of the biggest challenges our country is facing, and I hope the Senate will take these problems seriously in this new Congress. Of course, these aren't Republican or Democrat issues. These aren't issues just facing red states or blue states alone. These are problems that are being faced by people across the country, and it's time for the new Congress to act with the seriousness and urgency that is required. I'm proud of the fact that I've consistently ranked as one of the most bipartisan senators, because I'm willing to work with anyone who wants to deliver change. That's been the case throughout my time here in the Senate, and it's not going to change now. So I'm eager to work together where we can. But I also will never hesitate to fight back against ill-conceived or downright dangerous proposals from some of our friends across the aisle. Calvin Coolidge, the President of the United States, former President of the United States, has said that one of the most important things a member of Congress can do is to stop bad legislation. And that remains true today. But that doesn't detract from the fact that where we can find common ground, we should work together in order to craft lasting, enduring, bipartisan legislation, not by abusing the rules of the Senate, but by working together to come up with good ideas that can command the vote of at least 60 senators, a majority in the House, and a presidential signature. So yes, we will continue to oppose radical policies that the American people overwhelmingly oppose. We won't allow the imposition of government mandates that will kill energy jobs or harm our energy security in an effort to reach unrealistic zero emissions deadlines. We won't let them hamstring our police officers with broad funding cuts or one-size-fits-all policies. And we won't allow the packing of the Supreme Court or the creation of 2 new states out of Washington, D.C. and Puerto Rico, so that Democrats get a permanent majority in the United States Senate by getting 2 senators each from each of those would-be new states. And we won't let our colleagues on the other side impose crippling tax hikes that will make it more difficult for hardworking Texans to put food on the table. So I trust that our colleagues got some good rest over the holidays, some time with friends and family, and we all look ahead to the need to do more work for the American people. We have big opportunities ahead of us, and I'm glad to be back and eager to get to work. On one final note, today marks more than the beginning of a new Congress. It also marks a major milestone for our colleague, Kentucky's senior senator. Today, Senator McConnell becomes the longest-serving Senate leader in American history. That's a big deal. No senator from either side has led their party as long as Leader McConnell. This milestone is no accident. As our colleagues on both sides of the aisle know, Senator McConnell has the most valuable combination of skills and temperament that you need to succeed in this chamber: an encyclopedic knowledge of the Senate and an infinite work ethic. For 16 years, he's put these skills to great use, leading our conference through every storm and opportunity that has landed on the Senate's doorstep. He's championed domestic priorities, including everything from tax reform to confirming judges who actually will enforce the Constitution as written, as well as legislation to address the opioid epidemic. He's guided our work relating to global conflicts, for everything from the ongoing war in Ukraine to the difficult struggle for democracy in Burma. He is a champion of free speech, the Constitution, and the Senate itself. You could write volumes about everything Senator McConnell has accomplished as a Senate Republican leader, and I have no doubt that each of those books would arrive at the same conclusion. No one has done more to advance the cause of conservatives in a center-right country than Mitch McConnell. He's the effective and humble hand at the helm of the conference, and it's a privilege to serve alongside him in the Senate. So thank you, Senator McConnell, for your leadership and your friendship. Congratulations on this historic and well-deserved accomplishment. Madam President, I yield the floor, and I would note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk, call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Madam President,
The Republican leader,
I ask consent that further proceedings under the quorum call be dispensed with.
without objection.
Normally, when a new Congress convenes on the 3rd of January, the Senate has already said farewell to all of our departing colleagues. But this first week of the 118th Congress is also the last week we'll get to enjoy the collegial and cerebral stylings of our good friend, the junior senator from Nebraska, Ben Sasse. I spoke earlier this morning about Senator Mike Mansfield, whose path to politics began in the faculty lounge. Well, so did Ben's. But alas, the legislature's claim on Senator Sasse has proven temporary. And now the ivory tower is literally striking back. A quick look at Ben's resume leaves no mystery about the intellectual formation of our sharp colleague from the Cornhusker State. Valedictorian of Fremont High School, degrees from Harvard, St. John's, and Yale, and a high-flying stint as a sought-after consultant in business. As I understand it, it wasn't just brain power that punched Ben's ticket through the Ivy League. It was also a bit of blunt force. So let me explain. As the story goes, a childhood tumble out of a hayloft left our colleague with a big scar and some lasting numbness in his forehead. I'm not literally making this up. Naturally, as a budding competitive wrestler, our friend started to make a name for himself, turning a would-be handicap into a signature move, the headbutt. Needless to say, college recruiters took notice. This hard-headed practicality has combined with Ben's smarts and creativity to produce an interesting and impactful career, like using the wrestling mat as a springboard to a world-class humanities education, applying the skills of a business consultant to turn around a small, struggling Christian university, being one of the Senate's most creative big thinkers, while also staying attuned to working families' daily struggles, or writing a new best-selling book every few years while spending his summers waist-deep, listen to this, in corn and soybean fields. Now, I could be mistaken, but I believe there was one period where our colleague signed himself and his family's minivan up for a ride-sharing app so that he could pick his constituents' brains as he shuttled them to their destinations. So, Madam President, just boring old business as usual. In one of Ben's books, excuse me, in one of Ben's books, our colleague wrote about a practice that he and his wife, Melissa, have enjoyed incorporating into their family. He calls it their family canon, a collection of good books on big, consequential topics that are meant to be read and discussed together repeatedly. So while Corey, Alex, and Breck are growing up with the Sasse family canon, Ben's colleagues have spent the past 8 years with the Sasse Senate canon. Arguments, new ideas on issues ranging from the future of work to the future of war to the dignity of the human person. Our colleague from Nebraska has been among this body's leading voices: data privacy, intellectual property, automation, the economic threats posed by the Chinese Communist Party, religious liberty, civics education, all in a day's work. But behind the seemingly disparate interests, behind the fascinations with seemingly opposite things like new technology and ancient philosophy, I see a clear common thread. Senator Sasse is passionate about things that bear directly on the future of the American experiment. That's the central passion that brought our colleague to this chamber. Now, as he departs to head a major American university, it's the same passion he's taking him away from it. When it comes to protecting and strengthening our country's future, education is right up there with legislation. And anyway, I suspect many of us shared a hunch that one way or another, this Renaissance man's diverse resume was probably not completed when he was sworn into the Senate 8 years ago. This next adventure for the Sasse clan promises not just more sunshine, but also more stability and family time, thanks to the end of the weekly cross-country commutes. So look, I think I speak for all 99 of his Senate colleagues when I offer both our condolences on replacing committee hearings with faculty meetings and our congratulations on this exciting opportunity to lead an important institution. So Ben, your colleagues wish you and Melissa all the best as you go write the next interesting chapter to the Sasse family canon together.
Thank you, Leader. Mr. President.
Senator from Nebraska.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise to speak from this floor for the last time. Serving the people of Nebraska as their senator has been a unique honor, and I will remain grateful for all that I've learned from the folks who do more to feed the world than any people, any time, or place in all of human history, quite literally. I know that I speak for my team as well, some here on the floor for the first time, some in the gallery, in saying to Nebraskans, thank you for these 8 years. 8 years of us getting to be a part of a team much bigger than just ourselves. That is a special privilege, and none of the 32 of us now on the team and the dozens who've already departed take that for granted, and so we say thank you to Nebraska. Running for office is a dangerous business, and asking someone to give you their vote, you're asking them to give you their trust, to put their trust in you that you will rightly prioritize and sequence their long-term interests. You're asking them to trust your judgment, your conscience, and your common sense. Our wrestling together, Nebraskans and me, over the last 8 years has had some market ups and downs. As you gave me victories in all 93 counties when I ran for office the very first time in my life in 2014, and then made me the most censured public official in the history of Nebraska over the next 6 years. But then proceeded 2 years ago to re-elect me again winning all 93 counties and securing the most votes of anyone in the history of our state. Many times it felt like a noogie and a slap and a headbutt and a hug all at once. Besides my state and my wonderful staff, I obviously want to thank my family, my 3 ladies in Breck, not just for supporting and encouraging me, but for charging out to embrace learning across all of Nebraska with me, visiting all 93 counties many, many times, climbing all over combines and tractors, learning so much about cattle and pigs and seed corn. My kids can tell you more about artificial insemination and how to turn a breached calf that you wouldn't be able to eat again for 72 hours. They got to know a beautiful state from east to west, from city to country, and from old to young. They have seen and learned more about and respected and learned to do more hard work. Ours is a special state. Breck, our youngest, got to feed 2,000-pound bulls with names like Patron. He got to bring home stray dogs and ranch animals with or without permission. He got to live off of an RV for about 16 months, which I will now confess, given that there probably is less regulatory reach, that we probably violated a good bit of code on that RV. He got to stand with me dozens of times as we sent soldiers off and welcomed soldiers home to the running embrace of their families. Alex, our middle daughter, has given so many tours of this Capitol, and she knows the stories of our country and the tributes etched and strewn throughout this building to people who preserved a republic. These are experiences that bore a hole in her soul as she grew, and though she knows that America is imperfect, she knows to never take it for granted. Corey, our eldest, had a chance just this last summer to join me at the Polish-Ukrainian border, joining groups who were visiting soldiers in hospitals who'd given their limbs to defend their homes, coloring and drawing pictures with orphans whose parents won't come back because of an evil man who thinks he can seize land that is not his. She drank vodka with Ukrainian officers. And most importantly, Melissa, I have missed hundreds and hundreds of family dinners, both the good and the bad, the tears and the laughter at that table. And I want to thank you for loving me, for forgiving me for those missed dinners, for your giant brain and your bigger heart, for your conviction and your love of passing on an inheritance of liberty to the next generation, and for a shared growth mindset. And I know you'll kick my butt if I tear up. Melissa and I, as Nebraskans understood from day one on the campaign bus back in 2013, never planned to spend a lifetime in Washington. That's not what our founders envisioned for the people they would send to the federal city. They envisioned rather congressmen, senators, and presidents who thought of D.C. as a temporary stay. Washington is a place to do a good bit of neighbor-loving work, but then to go back home to the more permanent work of life in flesh and blood whole communities. Americans in the 1870s in their canon actually knew well the story of Cincinnatus. They named towns after him, who took up the burden of power in a shaky Rome, then exercised it responsibly to restabilize things, and then laid it down again to go back to his vegetable garden, which was the real world. Our founders envisioned citizens who would govern themselves, not be governed by a distant imperial city, who would, as George Washington said, and then repeated here as we recite every year in the Washington Farewell Address, that folks would sit safely under their own vine and fig tree again. We're a long way from that picture, of course. The vast majority of Americans now say it feels like we're in decline. 80% of folks on the left, north of 80% of folks in the middle, and fully 90% of folks on the right tell pollsters that they think the country is not just headed in the wrong direction, but perhaps permanently in decline. I'm going to argue in a moment against the pessimism of our age, but we should first acknowledge that there are legitimate big reasons that people are worried. Fatherlessness, the epidemic of opioids, the deaths of despair, the loss of community, the foreign policy humiliations, the ugly inflation. It feels like we're inundated with terrible news. And at a time when folks feel so disoriented, when the future seems obscure, when danger seems to be signaled from every direction, it's not surprising that false prophets of power would suggest that the only answer is more centralized power. I alone can fix it. It's not surprising that 5 of the richest counties in the nation now are the suburbs of Maryland and Virginia that touch Washington, D.C., a city who has an entire industry that has grown up around the sprawling bureaucracies and a permanent political class. We seem to be in the process of exchanging a republic of self-governing citizens and the virtues of a federalism in which states would tussle and compete, with the vices instead of administrative centralization in which experts from Washington, D.C., who don't have to stand for re-election, would try to impose uniform rules on a diverse continental nation of 330 million people. It seems so obviously silly. We seem to be on a foolhardy path of trading the vigor of civic pluralism and consensus building with the disease of my way or the highway political zealotry. But we get distracted by the differing flavors of the zealotry. We get captivated by the declining brands, Republican and Democrat, and we regularly think that the problem in this city might actually be that the policy divides are taken so seriously, that the deep divide is red jersey screaming versus blue jersey screaming. That would be a mistake. It would be to misdiagnose what is actually happening in our time. For the prophets of despair, both right and left, are actually telling Americans a really similar story. And the story is this: We're weak. Whether they stand on my side of the aisle or the other side of the aisle as they yell, the political addicts who prize short-term power over long-term dignity and liberty are the ones who now dominate the nation's conversation, and their story is roughly symmetrical. You're getting victimized by the other team. The things that are wrong are coming from the politicians on the other side. The nation is in decline. Give us more power, for we alone can fix it. On the left, media personalities and activists often weirdly and ahistorically denounce the idea of America itself, calling the founding racist and our institutions unjust. To them, our history is exclusively a story of victimhood and a narrative of oppression. There can be no redemption, no progress, and no hope. Political zealots on the left don't see much of anything worth conserving in America, and if you disagree with them, it must be because you're an irredeemable, deplorable, clinging to some phobic, backward-looking vision. There's no possibility of honest disagreement. But on the right now, too, victimization is a story we trumpet. Demagogues denounce the idea that there could be anything left to conserve in America. According to these zealots, we lost the idea of America long ago, and it's naive to think it could be recovered. Much better to burn things down than try to rebuild. Cynicism is supposedly cool. They shout that persuasion can't work, and the left will turn us into their victims if we don't stop them first. Persuasion is a crutch for the weak, for those who are too cowardly to fight. The particular policy agendas obviously differ, but ultimately the message of all politics first, folks, is basically the same. The only way to put an end to the culture war is to move beyond the outdated idea of a limited constitution and instead grab more power for the good guys while there's still time. The left's plan is more unelected, unaccountable bureaucrats. The right's plan is now to give similar kinds of power to a strongman. But ultimately, there's not much difference between these so-called plans. Anti-pluralists are against dissent, they're against minorities, they're against diversity, they're against place, they're against liberty and human dignity. The factions differ on who should be Caesar, but beyond that, there's much on which they agree. They salivate on the idea of chaos in our disrupted age that can be the excuse for seizing more power. They foment anger and fear because they think if we're angry and scared enough, we'll assent to some Caesar as solution. These factions are dangerous, to be sure, but here's what we fail to appreciate most of the time. They're factions, and they're small, and they command nothing like majority opinion. When they appear to win, what they're really only doing is putting together a temporary majority coalition of folks temporarily more disgusted by the other side's arrogant overreach. That's why every midterm election, or almost every midterm election for 3 decades now, we've seen a new president, 2 years into his term, lose the Congress. Why does this happen every cycle? It isn't because the Congress is suddenly popular. It's because the president, who usually won a lesser of two evils election in the eyes of the American public, then populated his White House with foolish folks who believed that they were elected with some sweeping mandate to transform America, and they prompt a backlash. It's also the single most obvious and important explanation of what happened in 2016. Historians are not going to look back on 2016 as about who won. What happened in 2016 was a race to the bottom by statistically the 2 most unpopular majority party candidates in the history of polling. One guy won simply because he was the 2nd most unpopular person in the history of polling. Go to any corner bar, a supermajority of Americans already know this. By the way, we roughly did the same thing again 4 years later. Forget the nonsense about a new FDR administration. America elected a new guy because they were sick of the old guy. This is also the most basic and obvious explanation for the crap show that's happening at the other end of this building right now. Nancy Pelosi's party quite obviously lost a referendum on the stewardship of the House of Representatives 60 days ago. But no one won, least of all Kevin McCarthy. Nobody in America is crying out for ambition's sake. So let's restate this overreach and repulsion hypothesis in a more positive way, because it turns out the American people are quite ahead of the political classes. It turns out the American people don't like political addicts. They don't like political zealotry. This is good news. To quote one correspondent to my office literally this week, quote, The Senate today reminds me of a lunchroom full of insecure adolescents trying anything and everything to get attention. Not everybody, of course, but the loud ones. But most of us eventually learn to grow up. Let's hope that someday the electorate kicks the Senate out of its extended puberty by letting folks know that mooning each other really isn't that cool, close quote. Nebraskans have a way with words. Stated with a few less naked butt examples, here's the good news that we need the ears to hear. Americans overwhelmingly don't want power to be at the center of our shared experience. They don't want a left-wing nanny state telling them how to live, and they certainly don't want a right-wing potentate promising to crush all of our so-called domestic enemies. We want America to be America again. Americans don't believe the Constitution is obsolete. They don't believe that principled pluralism can't work anymore. They don't accept the notion that we're all so weak we have no agency. Yes, it's true, it's hard to look away from the addictive horror of a 24-hour news cycle. Rubbernecking is deep inside all humans. But what the zealots preaching Jeremiads of doom and decline don't understand, either about America's history or about Americans' preferences, is that despite some of the pessimism of our uncertain, technologically disrupted moment, Americans are fundamentally grateful to be here in the greatest nation the world has ever known. We are optimists by the miracle of our birthplace. We know that politics won't save us, but that doesn't mean that we're hopeless. It just means that we know what's best about America comes from outside the centers of power, same as it ever was. We need to regain our bearings and to recall our original construction and our architecture. We need Americans to be confident about self-governance for men and women who've been given a republic to hold. We need to be able to see clearly the three immense and enduring reasons for our hope: the Constitution, our institutions, and most fundamentally, the people themselves. The U.S. Constitution is the greatest political document ever written. The central principles that undergird it, the universal dignity of human beings, and thus the rejection of absolute power, because souls cannot be compelled by force. This is the soul of America. When the country's at its best, we're making good on that promise, and no country has been more blessed with wise political arrangements than we. The separation of power both vertically and horizontally. It's a glorious inheritance. And despite attacks by demagogues, the Constitution endures. At the convention in Philadelphia, George Washington called this document the standard to which the wise and the honest can repair. So long as the Constitution endures, we too can repair and recover and hope again in this system. The second reason for our hope: Americans are institution builders. Building is in our DNA. We've built towns on the frontier, railroads that crossed a continent, Hoover dams and Empire State Buildings. But more importantly than this important physical architecture and infrastructure, we built the human institutions that support and sustain us across institutions and generations. We know that we're weak and fragile on our own, but the bonds of community enable us to flourish. Our institutions are the vital centers of our life together. Small and large, local and national, temporary and enduring, institutions are the gathering places where we find what we need to keep going. The churches that serve the needs of their communities, the schools that sharpen the minds of the next generation, the businesses that keep our households up and running, the little leagues, the ballet troops, 4th of July parades, Christmas carolers, the 1,000,001 other associations and organizations and clubs and groups through which we live and pass along our life together. When our institutions are withering, America withers. But when our institutions bud anew, America is alive and new again. And that's why America will always belong to the doers, not the whiners. America belongs to the man in the arena willing to spend himself in a worthy cause. America belongs to the parents who eat on the go so their kids can eat at the dinner table. America belongs to the inventors and innovators whose garage tinkering changed the world. America belongs to the neighbors who see someone in need and go out and launch a soup kitchen and a clothing drive and an after-school tutoring program. They don't wait for this city, they move. We've not thrived for 2 centuries because of power at the top and in the center. We've not thrived chiefly because of who was in office or because of the rules and regulations that are handed down from Washington. Rather, we've thrived because of the diversity in every city, in every town, in every neighborhood. Though different, you find this sameness. the people who don't want to be served, but to serve, those who are not taking, but giving, those who are not tearing down, but building up. This is who Americans are, and it's a humble and beautiful thing for all of us to be a part of together. And here is thus the third reason for hope: the American people themselves. For America does have a civil religion. It isn't a precise theology, but it's instead a shared anthropology. It's about people important enough and with enough dignity that the state is not allowed in our system to get in the way of each of our individual needs to make sense of mortality and the afterlife, to make peace with God, and to consider carefully how we would redeem our days, for those days are numbered and finite. Ultimately, then, our system, our faith in the Constitution and in our institutions, flows from what we believe in common about people themselves and the universal dignity that the 330 million of us possess from our Creator. For we are one of a kind. You can come from anywhere in the world and be one with us. Wild and wonderful and unlike any other country the world has ever known, we are equally characterized by a spirit of association and a spirit of enterprise. We have the audacity to be optimistic even when things are the bleakest. We're brash and loud and reckless, kind of insane to be honest, but there's a special vigor. We're the kind of people you want with you when things go sideways. We're the kind of people the world wants with it when things go sideways. The kind of people who get the job done and keep our word. That's who we are as Americans, far before the less important question of our policy debate preferences and what color partisan jersey we wear. That's who we are as American pluralists, and that's why recovery from our current messes is not only possible, but likely. But recovery comes with preconditions, and it comes only if we acknowledge the truth that the outrage and fear industrial complex wants to obfuscate, and that is that the zealots and the tribalists and the grandstanders and the very online political addicts, they will not fix anything. They won't because they can't. Recovery can come only from civic pluralists. Policy debates obviously matter, but the most important divide in American life today isn't red versus blue. It's pluralist versus political zealot. Recovery will come only from the pluralists. And here's what it will look like. Citizens that resist the temptation to reduce fellow Americans to caricatures of political affiliation. Recovery requires investment in things that outlast partisan preference. We must steward the present age and play our small but vital part in the work of self-government, because yes, policy matters, and yes, there must be important and vigorous debate, and no, being polite for the sake of being inoffensive isn't the highest good, and no mushy middle kumbaya-ism will not be a strategy. But more than debates about policy, we need Americans to believe they can build again. We need to believe that loving your neighbor is more important than the policy disagreements. We need to be invested in those actually central institutions that make the nation vibrant. And this is why the Senate matters so much. For the Senate doesn't build the other institutions, but more than any other single institution, more than any other place, more than any other room, this body, this place, and this floor has a special place to play in advocating for all of those other institutions where people actually break bread and provide care to the dying. The Senate has a special role to play in America's recovery. Senators, colleagues, and friends, each of us knows that this institution doesn't work very well right now. Each of us knows we should be taking a look in the mirror and acknowledging that lives lived in a politicized echo chamber are unworthy of a place that calls itself a deliberative body, let alone the world's greatest deliberative body. Too many of the so-called debates here aren't debates at all, not in the way that Webster or Clay, Dirksen or Chase Smith could even recognize. When we're being honest with each other, which usually means when we're in one of the very rare occasions where cameras aren't present, we all know that a big chunk of the performative yelling that happens here and in every hearing room is just about being booked for even more performative yelling at night on TV. It might feel good temporarily, a little dopamine hit to fire off a clever tweet or get booked on a supposedly prime slot, but honestly, almost nobody's watching and the share is getting smaller. Run the numbers. 99% of political tweets come from 5.5% of Americans. The primetime lineups of the 3 biggest cable networks almost never hit 2% of the public. So much of the performative BS that happens around here is about getting invited on shows that don't have an audience. These small, narrowly targeted programs run on outrage. It is infotainment fuel. Nobody goes viral for talking about policy trade-offs, and hardly anyone gets booked for a nuanced debate. It is performative, and it's beneath the calling of those called to serve in this place. A lot of us behind closed doors, when the cameras are off, say that we want a different Senate. We want a place that prioritizes long-term legislation that looks at the nation's most fundamental challenges. A lot of us want an institution that takes seriously the rise of an expansionistic, militant, imperialist China and debates the best paths to attacking that challenge. And that does happen, but it happens in the Senate Intelligence Committee, which is both good, but also a cautionary tale about our more fundamental problem. Intel works largely because we have no cameras there to reward performative grandstanding. Intel works because it's classified and because it has the excuse of being classified. So where will be the meaningful, beyond tribal debates about the hollowing out of local communities, about the increasing deaths of despair? Where will we debate how we can more effectively address the crisis of family formation and the crisis of our long-term debt? What we say we want and what we actually do here are worlds apart. Senators get cowed by threats from social media mobs, advocacy organizations, small dollar donors, and cable hosts. Senators learn when they're up for re-election that they're supposed to have kept their heads down, not rocked the boat, not talked about long-term issues, and take the path of least resistance to surviving the next election cycle. And that is making this body increasingly irrelevant, something none of us actually want. But there really is no substitute for the Senate. If recovery is going to come, it will mostly be built in local institutions in a million different ways, but the Senate is an essential ingredient to enabling that. No other place can serve the purpose of this room. Some people, including weirdly some who serve in this body, think that the public square has migrated online, that you can substitute debate of humans who actually know each other and take a long-term perspective with social media and with tweets. They're lying to themselves. Twitter is awesome for sports, to be clear. But if it serves any broader public purpose, it's basically just a public reminder of the lunatic asylum that is potential in all social contagion. Digital space cannot recreate what this chamber does, and hard thinking can almost never happen in 280 characters. We've always had angry people, we've always had crazy people, but what's new in our time is that those who are politically addicted, being more willing to shout down more balanced people, have new tools at their disposal to privilege the politically abnormal over the normies. It would be a disastrous mistake for the Senate to give similar disproportionate voice to the loudest and the angriest, not just because the founders created this institution largely as a warning against the dangers of zealous faction, but also simply because the data clearly shows that the angriest are not at all representative. Most of our constituents don't like the loud and the angry. We're a bell curve nation, and a tiny, tiny share at each extreme of the tail is getting almost all of the attention. At one level, I'm just making a boring, mundane argument for a certain kind of moderation, but I don't chiefly mean policy moderation. Let there be debates across the continuum from far left to center right to far right. Debate policy with vigor. But we need a different kind of moderation. We need a Senate that is characterized by tonal and dispositional moderation. And tonal and dispositional moderation flows chiefly from humility and wisdom and for an awareness that we are ensouled and that souls cannot be coerced. And a government that recognizes and respects us as souls should elicit from each of us great gratitude. In this moment, what we need as a nation more than anything else is more gratitude, not more grievance. We Americans have been given so much to be thankful for. We are blessed with a limited government that exists to protect historic freedoms, stuff unprecedented on the world stage. Free exercise of religion, free speech, free assembly, a free economy. There are real injustices in America's past and in our present, and we cannot and should not overlook them. But the answer to injustice is never wallowing in or trying to inflame victimhood. The heroes of American history, the folks that we put in marble all around this Capitol, know that this country gets to write its own destiny. Generation after generation fought to make this a better and a freer and a more just place. And theirs is the example that we should follow. The folks like Abraham Lincoln, Susan B. Anthony, and Martin Luther King, they were too busy building. Let the same be said of those who would aspire to serve in this place. Let the Senate be the Senate again. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Senator from South Dakota.
Mr. President, as we all heard in just a few days, our colleague, my neighbor from Nebraska, Senator Ben Sasse, is retiring from Congress to become president of the University of Florida. And I have to say that his leaving is a loss for the Senate, not least because the average educational attainment here will drop precipitously when he leaves. Ben has four graduate degrees, 3 master's degrees, and a doctorate. And I have to say thank you to all his many staff who are represented both here and in the gallery, to his family, to Melissa and Corey and Alex and Breck for the sacrifices that you all have made so that he could serve here and be such an inspiration, I think, to so many of us who've had the opportunity to serve with him and to see not only his great intellect, but his passion and his ability to get things done for the people of Nebraska and for the people of our country. But I will say that when I hire people, I typically hire people on my staff, or at least I try to, who are smarter than I am. And in my case, that's not hard. In his case, that's probably a little more challenging. So your staff has got to be the Mensa caucus around here. But it is no surprise that he became a college president of Midland University at age 37, making him one of the youngest college presidents in the nation. But seriously, Mr. President, the Senate will be a poorer place without Ben Sasse. He's incredibly smart, as I said, and he combines that with being incredibly principled. He lives by his principles. And he's always willing to do the hard things, the right things, even when they aren't popular. During his time in the Senate, he's been notable for speaking out against oppressive authoritarian regimes, for standing up for the right to life of the most vulnerable and innocent Americans, unborn babies, for his interest in the future of work, for his commitment to building up our American community, and so much more. He's a big picture thinker who oftentimes gets up at the early hours in the morning, 4:30 in the morning, and just starts brainstorming on a big piece of paper. It's a quality that will serve him well as a university president. And I can think of few individuals more suited to leading a university. Florida is lucky to have him. And I know how deeply committed he will be to the university, although I have to warn them that if the Cornhuskers ever approach Ben about the position of offensive coordinator, he may be out of there quickly, but no, I don't think that'll happen. But Mr. President, it's been a pleasure to serve with Senator Sasse. In addition to being a tremendously smart and thoughtful guy, he's a very witty guy who always makes me laugh, and I think many of his colleagues here laugh as well. He and I have a lot in common, being from neighboring states. And I'm going to miss him as a neighbor, as a leader, as a colleague, and as a friend. Mr. President, there's a lot to admire about Ben Sasse, but ultimately what I respect the most is that he is a man of strong faith. And I know that wherever life takes him, his faith will continue to be his rock. Ben, congratulations on your appointment at the University of Florida. I look forward to seeing all that your vision will accomplish at the university. And I pray that God will richly bless you and Melissa and Corey and Alex and Breck in the years ahead. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Maine.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I wish that every American could have heard the speech that was just delivered by our friend and colleague from Nebraska, Senator Ben Sasse. It reflects his intellect, his intelligence, his integrity, his imagination. It demonstrates that he is both an historian and a visionary. It paints a portrait of where we need to do work in America, but also holds out the promise of making our great country even better. In his speech and in a recent op-ed in the Wall Street Journal, Senator Sasse said, "This country belongs to the optimists, the innovators, and the builders." Those words by Ben Sasse perfectly describe the qualities that he has brought to this chamber and that he will bring to his new leadership position at the University of Florida. As he leaves us to assume the presidency of the University of Florida, I want to thank my friend from Nebraska for his service and congratulate him on this exciting new opportunity to make a positive difference once again. Ben came to the Senate in 2015 with a remarkable record of accomplishment as an educator, consultant to businesses and nonprofit organizations, and president of a university. His work for the Departments of Homeland Security, Justice, and Health and Human Services prepared him well for the issues he addressed here. Consistently, Ben took a thoughtful approach that was defined by his commitment to the facts, his genuine desire to understand opposing points of view and find common ground, and most of all, his integrity. He's the author of 2 best-selling books that reveal much about his character. In one, he offers advice on how we can strengthen our children's self-reliance, work ethic, and civic responsibility. In the other, he provides remedies for the societal alienation that drives us apart and of which he spoke today, that infects everything from our local communities to national politics. In confronting these challenges, Ben does not scold his readers. Instead, he puts forth thoughtful, practical, inspiring solutions. Now, I was pleased to hear Ben mention today his work on the Intelligence Committee, and I have thought the same thing that he said today so many times. If the American public could see what went on behind closed doors, I think it would restore their faith in this institution, because there are no cameras, no one is performing. Everyone is asking serious, thoughtful questions, trying to get to the answer, to the nub of a problem. And I have really enjoyed working with Ben on that committee. And I always look forward to hearing his very thoughtful, probing questions. He's been a leading advocate for improving cybersecurity to better protect government, businesses, critical infrastructure from hostile actors. He has worked to remove unnecessary roadblocks in supplying actionable intelligence to Ukraine to aid in its defense against the barbaric invasion by the Russians. Here at home, Ben has stood firm against efforts to repeal the filibuster, eloquently arguing that it would destroy the spirit of consensus building and compromise that are the very heart of the Senate. He was a strong ally in our bipartisan work to reform and modernize the archaic Electoral Count Act of 1887 to prevent the flaws of this outdated law from undermining future presidential elections. In fact, I well remember the night before we were to introduce the bill, and there were 15 of us, including obviously Ben, who had worked so hard to craft this legislation, and including Senator Portman, who is standing right next to Senator Sasse on the floor. And Ben, being the thorough, careful senator that he is, had some deep, insightful questions. And I think I spent half the night answering them as we texted and called back and forth. He wanting to make sure that we were not infringing on the legitimate role of state governments or state courts as we attempted to strike exactly the right balance. And at about 4:30 in the morning, which is when Senator Sasse gets up, but is not when I am usually awake, a text that I welcomed very much came across my phone saying that he would co-sponsor the bill. And I knew then that we had truly gotten it right, because he is so thorough in his approach, and I knew that he had read every single word. As Senator Sasse departs us, it is my hope that the words that he spoke, the advice that he gave us today, will fill the hearts and minds of all who have the privilege to serve here. As he said, now perhaps more than ever, it is our job to stop giving ear to political arsonists who would burn down our institutions and intensify our divisions. Now is the time for us to think together over the long term how we renew those institutions. Like Ben says, I am optimistic that we can do just that. It has been such an honor to serve with Senator Sasse. I am grateful for his efforts to strengthen our institutions, elevate our national discourse, and bring people together while recognizing that we are always going to have vigorous debates on the proper path forward for our nation. I have learned so much from him. In a recent column, Ben wrote that America was the best home freedom has ever had, and it still is. Let's build together anew. I know that Ben Sasse will continue to build toward this bright future when he leaves the Senate. And I wish him, Melissa, and their family all the best in this next chapter of their lives. Thank you, Mr. President. I suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.